Đỡ. Đỡ.
ready for the next battle.
Crisscross.
Round one. Fight.
아이고야. 아, 바보.
Round two. Fight.
아,
Round three. Fight.
정말 좋아.
Round four. Fight. Final round. Fight. You win. Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight.
아따.
Round 3. Fight.
아,
Round 4. Fight.
아따, 진짜.
Final round. Fight. You lose. Round 1. Fight.
아, 진짜.
Round 2. Fight. Get ready for the next battle.
아, 눈. 아, 그 부시. 잡기로 이기는 거구만. 아, 아, 기분 나쁘게. 아,
Get ready for the next battle. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight.
네. 오줌 좀 쌀게요.
Mishima. Shin Kazama.
行くぞ。
Get ready for the next battle. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. Round one. Fight. ready for the next battle. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. You win.
俺は全てを支配する。
Round one. Fight.
せる。
Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight. Round three. Fight. Round four. Fight. Final round. Fight. You win. Get ready for the next battle. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. ready for the next battle. Get ready for the next battle.
貴様をここで終わらせる。
Round 1. Fight. Round 1. Fight. Round 3. Fight. You win. 話にならんな。Round 1. Fight. Final round. Fight. Get ready for the next battle. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight.
こで終わらせる。
Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight. 'Get ready for the next battle.
cardio?
I do no cardio, except for, let's say, 1 to 2 boxing classes a week in private with my coach. And the interesting thing is apparently my cardio is out of this world.
Well, of course it would be.
People have compared me to top athletes, professional athletes. I think it's the liver.
Yeah.
You know about the liver study with rats?
No.
So there's this study done in the 1950s. They have 3 groups of rats. The first group received a regular rat chow and additional B vitamins and other vitamins. The second group received the same thing as the first group and some additional, more fancy vitamins. And the third group just received regular rat chow and 10% of their diet was beef liver. And then they all threw them in a water tank to swim until they died from exhaustion. So the first group, the average swim time of all the rats was 13.3 minutes until they drowned. Second group, 13.4. Not even statistically significant of the difference with the first group. Can you guess how long the rats in the third group swim?
No.
Throw out a pretty small guess.
18 seconds.
18 seconds more.
Yeah.
There was one rat who swam for 63 minutes, another one 83, another one 89, and the other 9 rats were still swimming after 2 hours.
Oh my god.
Now some people say, well, the rats in the first 2 groups, they received regular rat chow. We don't know what it was in their 50s, but probably deficient in iron or very low in iron. Still that, I still believe that liver has a really huge part to play in cardio, because I have no explanation why my cardio is so good. And there's another fact. For example, name me any predator on Earth.
A lion.
Lion. Tigers, another predator. Wolves. Orcas. Hogs. All these animals, when they catch their prey, what's the first thing they eat?
The liver. Orcas. Orcas just eat the liver. Nothing else.
Exactly, there's heart. Liver, then heart, then testicle. That means all the animals who didn't do that, who didn't procreate, who didn't survive, they weren't strong enough.
So the first thing they eat is the liver, the second thing they eat is the heart, and the third thing they eat is the testicle.
I think it also depends if they want to mate or not. So they might switch up the order with the heart, the testicles. If the animal wants to mate, they'll go to testicles first, but definitely liver first.
Definitely. Oh, the whole do liver first.
So it's in nature, it's a law of nature to eat liver first.
If you like this video, consider subscribing. We do weekly podcasts with experts in every industry to help you find direction and guide you on your way. Now let's get back into it. Are you a religious man?
I would say spiritual, definitely. Religious, as a child I was. It's coming back now. I really enjoy watching the reels that I Am the Warner make. Talks a lot about Jesus, talks a lot about Islam. As a child, when I was in my teens, I went to Catholic church every single Sunday. Then when I turned 18, I got out of the habit. And a few years ago, mainly after my grandfather died, my grandmother, she really, how do I put this? It really hurt her in a way that she was a little disappointed in everything, in the religion and God. And I like now that I can lead her back. You know, of course there's a God. In fact, I heard this via, so I don't know exactly, but I heard a lot of biologists are convinced, are very religious or spiritual, because they're like, the way everything works, this is by design. This cannot just happen over millions of years of evolution. Something happened here to make everything this perfect.
What's your, with religion, we're not perfect. Jesus wasn't perfect. We all have sins. You obviously don't indulge in the sin of gluttony or overeating or anything like that. You eat for health purposes only. What's your favorite sin?
My favorite sin, I would say it's a sin in itself to say we have a favorite sin, right?
That's true.
there are 10 sins, right? Or 7? There's 7 sins.
I think so, 7, yeah.
I wouldn't even know which ones they're all of them. The one thing I tell people sometimes, do not think about what you don't want. Like, I'm driving, I want to park my car. There's going to be no parking spots. Why do you say something that you don't want? Focus on what you do want. I'm going to arrive, there's going to be 5 parking spots, I'm going to be so easy to park.
Yeah.
So,
And also just visualizing it.
yes. So in this way, you're making me think about sins. Like, I'd rather think about living a good life, a rewarding life, a life that provides value to other people, a life in which I can help other people, a life of purpose. So if I'm thinking now about the things, which one is the sins and which one is the favorite one, I don't want to plant that seed in my mind. Then now maybe 2 or 3 weeks from now, that's going to be my favorite sin. I'll be doing it all the time. I'm definitely not a man without sin. I'm sure there's moments, like just the other day, my assistant was laughing at someone who, like at the airport, probably didn't sleep well, their hair was all over the place, and she laughed, I also started laughing. I was thinking, well, I'm laughing at another person, it's not really nice. So I don't know what the name of that sin is, but that's something that happened. I mean, did the person even know? Did I really hurt that person in the moment? No, but I was thinking, like, this is not really nice to laugh at someone. But it was also like something very silly. I mean, I've been in moments that my hair is all over the place. I look at myself in the mirror and start laughing. So.
I guess the reason behind that question is because you're such a man with discipline, and not many people can do what you do. And I want to know, what's that one thing that makes you human? What's that weakness that you have? You can say, look, I'm a womanizer. That's probably my sin. Or I like to swear, or I like to do this, or I like to do that. Like, is there something that I want to know your weakness?
In my 20s, womanizing was a huge part. Drinking alcohol was a huge part. I really enjoyed drinking alcohol. I really enjoyed being with women. But I noticed that was never really fulfilling. Learning new things is fulfilling. And I was just lucky enough to learn about biohacking, learn about health, and now I go down these rabbit holes and I know these things. I'm like, now I know how this works, like to a deeper level, even the deeper level that we've discussed. Some of the biohackers online, the scientists, they explain it really deeply. I don't really memorize it so I can explain it to someone else, but in my mind I have this thing like, I can't do this now anymore. I can't partake in this knowing how bad it is for me. Because I actually like feeling great as a young boy growing up. There's a lot of things that I didn't like about myself. The hearing impairment, have no empathy for people, so it's hard to relate to people, hard to connect with people. Also had a lot of balancing issues all the way up into my 20s. I remember I was in a bus in Lima, Peru with my friends just talking. All of a sudden I almost fell over. Almost kicked someone in the face because I can't keep my leg down. Like, what's wrong with me? So this actually drove me forward to be just as good as other people. And maybe that's where the discipline comes from. Like, I want to perform well. And when life throws you a curveball or something happens, something serious, like people in your family die, you want to be strong for when it's needed so you can help other people, or even just help yourself so you don't fall apart. I've noticed many times, like you go to an event, maybe it's a physical event, like an obstacle course for 2 days with little sleep and no food, or is getting in the ring and boxing with someone, then realizing, wow, I'm so glad I'm finished with this, I'm so glad I was so strict and disciplined. Now it's easy, and not necessarily easy in the moment, afterwards, like, oh, I was able to do this. Everything I do in my life is like a preparation for this moment. Without that, I'm actually preparing for it. I'm just living my life.
That's the perfect way to do it. You have to take care of yourself before you can take care of others. The two ways I've seen people take care of their families. One is I devote my life to you. Anything you want, Mom, you want to go to the doctors? I'll come pick you up at the doctors. You don't have any Coke in the fridge? I'll go and get Coke for you from the fridge. What do you need? You need this from the pharmacy? I'll go and get it for you. But you don't work on yourself. Or you go work on yourself. You build yourself. And then you take care of financially or anything like that. I pay my parents a salary every week, and I have to abandon them for 10 years or maybe 8 years. I like not abandon them, but don't you know, I know you need emotional support, I don't have time. I know you need this right now, I don't have time. But now, now they're all both retired, and you know, my dad, I have to get him out of the poor mind state still, because we grew up poor. And the money that I pay him, if he doesn't, I pay him every week. If he doesn't spend it, he doesn't get the money next week. So it forces him to spend. Because he's like, hold on to it, because I've got that poor mentality of maybe I won't have it tomorrow. So I'm trying to break that out of his brain and saying, oh, did you spend it? No, you didn't? Okay, he's not getting anything. And then a couple of times that happens, now he's forced to spend it. Now, how do you spend, you know, I pay $2,000 a week, right? How do you spend that? And he's got trips booked until 1 year's time. Oh, I booked Korea in December. I booked this and that. But I don't spend it. Oh, I don't get it next week. so that's how I force him to yeah, thank you. But that's I think the best way to do it. I think people do it that way. That way is much better to do it yourself first and then before others. You know, yesterday I had a busy day yesterday. I had meetings and things like this. And I went to the mall to pick up for another meeting, and I was hungry. And I saw Five Guys. You know what a Five Guys is? The burger joint. And I was so hungry that I just didn't even think. I just went and had a burger. And I haven't had a burger in a long time. And it was delicious, obviously, but it ruined the rest of the day. In the meeting, I was like this. I was just falling asleep, right? The inflammation in my body and everything was just coming up. I couldn't focus, and I kept drinking coffee to wake up. 2, 3. Maybe I had lots of energy, but my brain was dead. I had energy, but my brain was dead. I couldn't think. How do you avoid that? Can I ask you something? Tell me, what was the best part of the burger? For me, the caramelized onion. Okay. The second best part was the meat. Okay. They always tell you that you just have the onions as a meat. It's very likely, depends how much sugar they put in the caramelized onions, but it's very likely they might have not had that crush. That's the first thing I noticed doing without vegetables, without bread, and just focusing on meat. There was no afternoon crash anymore. So a lot of people, they fast because they want to have that mental clarity. So if you eat just meat, you don't even have to fast. You will retain that mental clarity. So you can have even 2 or 3 burgers next time. Go for it. And you keep and do keep in mind the caramelized onions. I don't know the recipe for that, but I assume there's sugar in that sauce. So if there's sugar in that sauce, then that might still lead to a crash. But the crash, mostly the other sauces, the bun especially. The bun, that's the worst. That's the worst. Yeah, that's the worst. You're right. So what did you get? I think it was the bread that crashed me. Right, there was definitely that. Do you fast? Usually I fast every day for about 10 to 16 hours, depending on the day. Yeah. I usually start eating around 4, 5, or 6 p.m. so that I have a lot of hours before I go to bed, that I have no food in me. I sleep better that way. And also whenever I travel, it's about once a month, once every 2 months. That whole time I'm traveling, I usually don't eat at all. So I'll go there for about anywhere between 20 to 36 hours of no food. Sometimes I might even go 30 hours without water as well. I do a dry fast the whole time I'm traveling. Wow. That's actually really good for not having jet lag wherever you go. Like because with in German they call it the Zeitgeber. The Zeitgeber is something that tells the body what time it is. So a big Zeitgeber is actually food and also workouts. So by going to a new time zone and just not eating while you travel there, and the next day that you wake up in the time zone, you start eating at your usual time zone, your usual time, whatever that time is, 9, 10, 11 a.m., your body will be like, oh, this is the correct time because now food is coming in. So that's a lot. Another thing that I've noticed that's really good for jet lag or not having a jet lag is actually witnessing a sunset or a sunrise. Wow. I usually do sun gazing, so about up to 1 hour after sunrise and up to 1 hour before sunset,
we are, as humans, are able to watch into look into the sun without any eye damage.
Wow.
So people, they watch the sunrise, they watch the sunset, and when we look into the sun at that time, the brain is really being told, like, this is the appropriate time to wake up, this is the appropriate time to go to bed, because the wavelengths, the frequencies of the light, they tell us a lot, they tell our brains a lot about what time it actually is where we are. So I noticed this first when I came back to Belgium after being in South America for a while. The next day, me and my friend, we woke up at like 4 a.m. and we're gonna go hiking in the woods. And around 5:50 or so, the sun came up and we witnessed the whole sunrise. The next day, at exactly 5:51, I woke up wide awake, like an alarm clock.
Wow. So you tuned your brain for that.
And since then, I've been a madman about watching sunrises, watching sunsets whenever I can, anywhere I am.
Where do you live?
I don't actually live anywhere at the moment. I've just spent about 7 months in Colombia. I usually spend anywhere between 2 to 5, 6 months in Colombia per year, and the rest of the time I usually travel in Europe, all over Europe. I was born and raised in Belgium. I still visit there, mostly to visit my grandmother, and now in Dubai.
Okay, so you're going to move to Dubai?
No. So a thing that I used to tell people that ask me where I live, I say I live wherever my suitcase is, or my red light. I actually travel with a red light in my suitcase.
No way.
And every morning, after waking up, about an hour after waking up, doing my morning routine, I shine the red light on my genitals for about 15 to 25 minutes, 20 minutes. This supposedly raises testosterone or keeps it at a good level. And red light, in fact, anywhere you shine it, it will increase the working or the efficiency of that organ. Because red light increases the efficiency of the mitochondria that produce the energy in a cell. So red light is actually an amazing thing. When people ask me what is it good for, I say absolutely everything. Because it makes your cells work more efficiently. Basically, wherever your body can use some help, the red light will help boost that area. It will improve mood, it will help people sleep better, raise testosterone, whatever it is, increase collagen production in the skin. It's one of my favorite biohacks.
What does this thing look like? What is red light? How are you able to
So it's like a rectangle box filled with LED lights that shine infrared and near-infrared light. You just flip it on and it actually is quite strong. So at night when the sun sets, I don't turn on any other artificial lights, only this red light, and it lights up the whole Airbnb.
Wow.
It has very good quality. I've been traveling with it for 4 years straight, ever since the lockdowns.
And it doesn't get damaged or anything?
It's all scraped up. It fell over many times. Still works like new.
It's in a square shape?
Rectangle.
Rectangle shape.
It's about this size.
Okay, got ya. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I might try that. So, lately I've been waking up, but my brain hasn't been waking up. It's been taking a long time for my brain to wake up. What do you think that could be from?
What time do you go to bed?
I go to bed around 11 to 12, and I wake up about 6 or 7.
Okay.
That's my issue. My issue is, it doesn't matter if I go to bed at 3 a.m., I still wake up at 6 or 7.
That's actually good.
Is it?
You have a strong circadian rhythm.
I always wake up in the morning,
That's
but I want to get 8 hours sleep.
Of course. And what's your sleep routine like? Like, what do you do the last 2 hours before you go to bed?
On my phone. On my phone. Even in bed, on my phone.
Ooh. Yes, so the body, there's a couple of things. What's the last time you eat? The last bite that you have?
It'll probably be 2 to 3 hours before bed.
Okay, that's great. Have you ever tried putting a blue light blocking filter on your phone?
No.
So, when people are in a dark room and they are on their phones and you see how their whole face lit up
Yes.
from that light? So there's a thing called blue light. There's nothing really wrong with blue light. There's a lot of blue light in the sun as well, in the sunlight spectrum during the day. So when we look at our phones at night and we have this full spectrum of blue light, our brain thinks, oh, it's 3 in the afternoon. Look how bright this light is. Now, if you put a blue light blocking filter on it and dim the light a bit, then it's more like a red glow, orange glow, like a sunset. that helped me a lot in the very beginning also. I was even using blue light blocking glasses because, okay, you can block the blue light on your phone, but if all the lights in your home are on and they're very bright, that is also going to wake you up.
Sure.
And the second thing that comes to mind is our bodies, in many ways, we train our bodies. So, for example, if we have a desk and the only thing we do at this desk is study, then our body will be very efficient sitting at that desk. So we actually never want to use our bed for any other things than sleeping or maybe sexual activity. And the rest of the time, especially being on the phone in bed, now the body's like, oh, are we sleeping? Or are we supposed to stay awake and alert so we can do all these tasks on the phone? So it would really help if you not have your phone in the bedroom, or definitely not be on your phone in the bedroom.
I'll try that tonight. Tonight what I'll do, actually I got a flight early, so I might have to, but I'll try that where I will sit on the couch and be on my phone, and then I'll go straight to bed and go to bed.
Amazing.
And I'll let you know how it
goes.
Yeah, I will. I'll let you know how it goes. It's amazing because you're so interested in all these things, and there's so many studies that it's so obvious that you go out of your way to read these studies. It's not like you went to university and you learned the biohacking or whatever. It's just something you're clearly passionate about.
It is.
And you're really read into the studies and seeing what, you know, what supplements do you take?
Nowadays, so in 2020, I ran an experiment. I had a whole suitcase filled with supplements. Kid you not, like 20K kg suitcase full of supplements. Tried all of them, and to a certain extent, all of them work, but the only ones that I still use now is NAC, N-acetylcysteine. This is a very good supplement that increases the detoxification pathway of the liver, so it decreases glutathione, which is like the master antioxidant, breaking down all kinds of pollutants that we're come in contact with day to day, like, for example, brake dust from tires, tire particles, flame retardants that are in living rooms, on furniture and everything. And glutathione helps to detoxify that. I only take this at night. So during the daytime, I don't want to blunt the inflammatory response, for example, that I get from exercise. You know, you get exhausted, you break down your muscle when you work out. So I want the body to rebuild the muscle at night. So that's when I take the antioxidant. And another one I take every now and then, like let's say about 3 or 4 times a year, if I need to be in peak mental condition or peak physical condition. It's called methylene blue. Methylene blue is actually a synthetic compound that they invented, if I'm not mistaken, about 200 years ago. It was first used as an anti-malaria drug. This is also a supplement that, just like red light, increases efficiency of the mitochondria. So I notice when I take methylene blue, I don't feel like a pick-me-up like from coffee, but I notice that things are easier. Like if someone shows me how to run a gun that I have never managed before, or for example, I'm learning how to do a handstand. When I take methylene blue, everything's just a little smoother, a little easier, without thinking. You don't feel like you're thinking, it's just smooth. Another one I still take is, well, I take my beef organ supplements when I have them with me. But yeah, nowadays I don't take that many supplements anymore. One of the reasons I also laid off most of the supplements, I noticed when I work out with people, when I either it's boxing or doing anything that combines power with endurance, like I'm pretty well ahead. And I noticed if I leave the supplements aside, my performance doesn't really go down. So the only one that I still take is NAC for detoxification. The other ones I'm like, well, I guess I don't need them. I guess the liver really fills in the gaps.
You know, one of the biggest reasons I stopped drinking was because I did a blood test and I had fatty liver. I had a bit of fatty, and it was just because it was just back-to-back partying for like 2 weeks. I had friends in town, and that's all they wanted to do, and I was drinking at the time, so I was, going with them. And then 1 week later, I did a blood test, so it was just right after that bender, and it's fine now. But what's the best way to detox the liver and repair the liver?
I would say eat liver and take NAC. Those two will do a lot. Okay, and now we're gonna get into the fringe a little bit. Have you ever heard about a coffee enema?
No, what's that?
You know what an enema is?
No.
So an enema is actually the cleansing of the colon with a liquid. usually water, done in laboratory or clinical settings. Now there's such a thing as a coffee enema where you just take regular coffee. You can, of course, you don't want it to be hot. You make sure it's room temperature. You dilute it. The first time I did a coffee enema, I used 250 milliliters of liquid. So you have a normal coffee and you dilute the coffee with some water. And then you basically insert the coffee in your colon. You lay on your right side so the coffee hits a certain nerve, which then stimulates the liver to produce more glutathione. And you lay there for about 15 minutes, anything between 12 minutes to 20 minutes, and then you go to the bathroom and do your business.
So you drink it?
No. You insert it in your colon, exactly, rectally. So the first time I did it, like, am I going to kill myself? I'm going to do something, like, I'm going to mess myself up. The reason why I did it is I heard some biohackers talk about it. One biohacker specifically, Ben Greenfield, he really explains things very deeply. And he was very convinced about this, and he uses himself. And I was thinking, what? It's free. People think about stem cell therapy, this and that, all these expensive gadgets or procedures. I'm thinking coffee enema is basically free. Coffee is what, 50 cents if you make it yourself. So I'm like, I have to at least try this. And I remember the first time I took a coffee from enema, it was hard to put my finger on it. I was like, everything somehow is better. Especially like thinking, very clear thinking. But it wasn't until 2 years ago that I was 100% convinced. So before I did coffee enemas regularly per week, and it was always when people ask me, like, why do you do them? Like, it just seems like it's doing something. Can't put my finger on it. Then 2 years ago, I was in Poland, and it was hay fever season. And already, since like 10 years, I try not to come to Europe during hay fever season, because I have it pretty bad. Now, I arrived in Poland, first day, it's fine, but over time, like over the next 5, 6, 7 days, my hay fever symptoms just worse and worse. And I'm thinking, hay fever, or basically anything that's a pollutant or a toxin, glutathione can help. How do I increase glutathione? Basically with a coffee enema, it increases 800%. Wow. So I gotta try. And before I tried vitamin C, MSM, I even tried some over-the-counter medication, which had a lot of horrible side effects. None of them really worked thoroughly, and none of them really worked long, like longer than 2-3 hours. I do the coffee enema, 15 minutes in, all symptoms completely gone. My nose is completely clear, my ears are not itchy or crying. This is amazing. And then it worked for 5 hours, 6 hours to its full extent, before slowly the symptoms started to creep up again. And so I started doing 2 coffee enemas a day, so I got covered for 10 hours. And I noticed every single time I did them, worked instantly, worked very efficiently, strongly, and lasted a long time. Better than any medication.
Wow.
So now for me, that's an N=1 study. This to me proves that this works.
Incredible.
Coffee.
If you were an animal, what animal would you be? If you're a wolf, you've thought about this.
I've thought about it, yeah. It's like the animal that I most, I look at a wolf like, yeah, that's me. The wolf hunts and packs. I like to be with my brothers, hunting stuff together.
Yeah. Have you gone hunting?
Never gone hunting. With hunting, I mean it like a metaphor for life.
Sure.
Reaching our goals together, pushing each other, helping each other.
Wow.
Goal, which is take down the prey.
You travel around, you don't do that in a suitcase. How do you make money?
Well, I'm fortunate enough to have a really good friend that basically runs my businesses. He's the CEO of the businesses. We've been working together for about almost 10 years now. I would say 7, 8 years. And he does the day-to-day. He's an excellent manager and leader. He motivates all the employees and runs the business smoothly.
So that business runs and pays you a weekly salary or whatever it is. Yeah, beautiful. If you were, I think, a cartoon character, you'd be Tarzan.
Honestly, thank you, bro.
You'd be Tarzan for sure. Just calisthenics, you know what I mean, all that stuff.
You got long hair.
Yeah, long hair. You'd definitely be able to. I wouldn't survive a day in the forest or.
Because we're together.
If we're together, listen, it's all good. I'll make the hammock. Don't worry, I'll make the hammock. Okay, so you mentioned watermelon before. Yeah. I've heard mixed things about watermelon. The high sugar, everything like that. Tell me why you drink. You drink watermelon. You use blender, or you drink it, or you eat it. Well, why watermelon?
I've noticed when I eat watermelon, it's not that favorable on my gut if I eat a lot. I've noticed when I juice the watermelon, which is what my assistant does, I can drink liters. And it's excellent. I have no side effects. It doesn't cause a sugar crash for me. Also, when people say high sugar content, I'm always wondering also, what do they eat that has high sugar content? Because, for example, watermelon, last time I looked, 100 milliliters of watermelon juice has only about, like, I want to say 15 grams of sugar. Any cereal you buy in the supermarket, any sort of bar has at least 30 grams of sugar per 100 grams. So watermelon's not that even that high in sugar. Sure, it's sweet, but mostly has a lot of water. Like watermelon also for the signal of abundance. Usually it's big. I just noticed the story with me and watermelon is actually a few years ago. I was in the desert of Colombia, in a small town called Riohacha, close to the border with Venezuela. And me and my friend, who's an acro-yoga teacher, would go to the market every morning where they were butchering goats. So every morning we're getting goat, which is kind of lean. Every day we're eating goat. And back then I wasn't eating that much carbs, I wasn't eating that much food. And I actually could literally see how my muscle was becoming smaller as I wasn't really that hungry. And goat meat was kind of lean, so I'm not really that inclined to eat more. It's not fatty like beef. The fattier it is, I noticed the easier it is to eat a lot. And every day when we go to the market, we're passing these huge shacks where they're selling hundreds of watermelon. And then one day I just stopped, bought a watermelon. I think I ate 1.5 huge watermelons by myself. And it just signaled this moment of realization, like, yeah, why don't I eat this? Why don't I eat more fruit? There's nothing wrong with this, because this signals this feeling of abundance. And ever since I've been a fan of watermelon, and maybe it symbolizes to me that realization, like there's nothing wrong with food. Food's high in sugar, but it's not the same as just having cereals or candy or cookies or cake. There's the combination of all these things together that don't really do our bodies any favor. Food, we've been evolving with food from thousands of years ago. So it wouldn't be the cornerstone of a diet, beef is, but I feel like it's the dessert, definitely. It's the icing on the cake.
Because my dad loves watermelon. Like, he will smash out watermelon every 2 days. His whole life, he has breakfast. He has watermelon for breakfast, a little bit of feta cheese and bread. That's all he has for breakfast, right? He travels twice a day. He trains twice a day, loves the gym, stuff like that. And people always tell him it's high sugar. It's a lot of sugar. They just keep smashing a watermelon every 2 days.
It's also very good for the arteries because it contains citrulline, which in the body is converted into L-arginine and it's a vasodilator. Yeah. So everything's like,
I see.
Well, how do you say that? So it really gets the blood flowing everywhere.
Yeah.
Also in the bedroom, if necessary, you can provide a boost there as well.
Really? Watermelon?
Yes. Especially when you eat more of the rind, that part, yeah.
If there's somebody not waking up with erections and wants to boost their testosterone and their libido, what's the quick fix that they can do?
Pomegranate juice.
Really? Pomegranate juice?
The ancient Egyptians called it the elixir of life.
And how quickly does it kick in? Well, it's not like that. It's a daily thing you got to add into your diet.
When it comes to the erections, it could kick in like within an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Oh wow!
Yeah. And if you drink pomegranate juice daily, you will notice. Yeah.
Really?
But now it's always in your system. You have it every day.
Yeah. But it would not the ones at the store.
A lot of store-bought pomegranate juice, what they do is it says pomegranate juice, and then you look at the label as apple juice, all these other juices. You want to have a 100% pure, unadulterated pomegranate juice. I go for organic, but for the erection effects, you don't even need organic. Just 100% pure pomegranate juice will do the trick.
Will do the trick. But from the shop, it's hard. From the shop, it's hard, right? Because it's all syrup and stuff like that.
Yes, exactly. You gotta look at the ingredients. You basically want only one ingredient. The more ingredients you see on the label, the more it's like, this is not the real thing.
Yeah, I see. Okay. You know, when I had a fatty liver, they said to me, don't have cold drinks and don't have ice. What they used to do back in the old days is when they'll make a big pot of stew, they used to throw ice in the stew, and all the fat, all the oil would harden up, and by hand they would pick out all the fat. They're saying if you have a fatty liver, do not drink cold drinks or anything icy because it's bad for your liver. All the fat, because obviously the liver processes everything you eat, all the fat that goes in there becomes hard and harder for the liver to digest and to break down. Is there any truth to that? Have you heard of this?
I've never heard of this.
They said don't have anything cold for the liver. And I was thinking, what do you mean? It's just temperature. Why does it make a difference?
It sounds a little hard to believe to me.
Could you investigate that? And our next podcast we do, let me know what your opinion is on that, because it was very hard for me to believe. But then when my dad said to me, in the old days they used to put ice in stew and all the oil would become hard and they would take all the fat out, I was like, maybe that makes sense, because if we make the liver cold, it's harder to break down the fat.
I have heard about people saying, when you drink cold drinks, the first thing your body wants to do is increase the temperature of this drink, so now it's going to use energy there. But going that far to say that now the liver can't do its job, it's a little hard to believe, but I definitely will investigate.
Eva, you're my brother.
Thank you,
I appreciate you. I'm so grateful to meet you.
Me too, likewise, brother.
And I can't wait to do this again with you and see you in Thailand, my brother. Let's go. We got Thailand in like a week or so.
Yes.
Alright, this has been Evo. Thank you. Thank you, my brother. Come back anytime.
Ah.
Drinks and don't have ice. What they used to do back in the old days is when they would make a big pot of stew, they used to throw ice in the stew, and all the fat, all the oil would harden up, and by hand they would pick out all the fat. They're saying if you have a fatty liver, do not drink cold drinks or anything icy because it's bad for your liver, or the fat, because obviously the liver processes everything you eat, all the fat that goes in there becomes hard and harder for the liver to digest and to break down. Is there any truth to that? Have you heard of this?
I have never heard of this.
They said don't have anything cold for the liver. And I was thinking, what do you mean? It's just temperature. Why does it make a difference?
It sounds a little hard to believe to me.
Could you investigate that? And our next podcast we do, let me know what your opinion was on that, because it was very hard for me to believe. But then when my dad said to me, in the old days they used to put ice in stew, and all the oil would become hard and they would take all the fat out, I was like, maybe that makes sense, because they get...
Hello, everyone. In a world where opportunities often overlap with risks, not every job offer comes from a sincere place or guarantees a safe environment. Many people enter the media field or the freelance world driven by it.
I wasn't going to speak about this, but since my face is being shaved all over again, I am going to tell my story in my own words. 3 years ago, during the African casting period, mind you, I did not know that I'm meeting African casting. I didn't know I'm going for an audition. I was not looking for opportunities to become a model. Let's get that out the way. I just knew I'm meeting a man by the name of Evil. What I went through deeply affected me, and I chose to heal privately, away from public eye, and I did not come to the media. I want to be clear that I'm not speaking about this because it is trending. And in bold, I repeat, it was never about the money. I stayed silent for years because I was trying to survive and move forward. My face resurfaced without a voice. I felt it was important for me to speak with honesty and care, rather than actually letting assumptions speak for me. All this, I'm not gonna lie, changed on how I trust people and certain space. And I'm glad that I did the work. I healed without a public eye. I did that all by myself. I also want to acknowledge other girls that went through the same experience that I am going through. If you're watching this and you are trying to heal or trying to process all of this, I want you to know that you are not weak, you are not easy, and you are not late. Everyone's journey looks different. I'm not here as a victim. I am here as someone who chose healing, and right now I am choosing clarity. Thank you for listening, and I will be going in deep.
Around naked, doing some funny things.
True, I've got pictures to prove that point. You sleep with men right now.
I got pictures to prove that. Got pictures. Oh, you might thought maybe it's a rather in this drama, but we have many of them. We're gonna reveal them. We're gonna reveal each and every party to see this man is a bully. This man must be found. This man must be destroyed. Yeah.
It's my sister.
Go deeper.
How you doing tonight? Nice. What's your name? Gianna. How old are you? Nice. Nice. Who you here with? Oh, okay. This is all your stuff right here? Okay, look. I'm gonna ask you 3 questions. If you get them right, I'm gonna pay for your stuff. You ready? Math questions, okay? Alright. Okay, so hold on to your money. We'll put this right here. Okay, so the first one is gonna be 2 times 2. Nice. Okay, the second one is gonna be 3 times 5. Oh, you're really good. Alright, so what about 7 times 2? Nice. Nice. You're a smart one. I like that. You deserve this. There you go. Thank you. Have a good one. Hello. How are you? How you doing tonight? Nice. What's your name?
지방선이 왜 안 오나?
Get ready for the next battle.
Retarded.
Round 1. Fight. Get ready for the next battle.
Below expectations, but fine.
Pinocchio, yeah, bro.
But when Tekken 9 comes around, the cost of making it happened before as well. The cost of making games is going up and up and up and up and up. And so the audience you need to be able to justify a AAA budget keeps going up. But isn't Tekken 8 successfully, especially with the store? Tekken 8 is successful. Tekken 8 is successful. It sold quite a lot. It's still making decent money with the store, I think. But the problem is, there'll come a time where they'll be like, okay, we want you to give us another new couple, like, million or whatever. Yeah, it's massive, I said. And they'll be like, okay, give us more money for you Tekken 9. And what Bandai Namco will do is they'll be like, okay, but if we give you this money for a new Tekken, will the new Tekken attract a significantly larger audience than our current numbers? Why don't we just do what Ubisoft does a lot of the time? Let's just keep Tekken 8 going for a long period of time and just milk the audience we've got.
Able to find essentially just the smallest hit.
And it's like, okay, and also Hard is gone, which is a big deal.
Right.
And you gotta ask yourself, okay, the money we spend on Tekken 9, could that not be better spent somewhere else? Like, okay, if we spend that money on Tekken 9, here's how much money we make. But if we spend that same amount of money on a fucking mobile card game, will we make more money or less money?
Exactly. So,
do you know what I mean?
I mean, you can always play around that, right? You can talk.
Like every Tekken game, Loki has to justify its expense, and justifying Tekken 7's expense was really difficult. Really difficult because Tekken did so poorly. But they got it, and they made their money back a billion. Right? It did really well, and so they went in hard for Tekken 8. On Tekken 8, I don't. It's hard to know whether it's meeting its expectations, but it's doing well enough, right? It's definitely made its money back by quite a bit. But then the question becomes, when it's time for Tekken 9, and they be like, okay, cool. How much money will we make if we make a Tekken 9? It's hard to say. It's hard to say.
I never brought my stick to events I'm working on, but I brought it this year, and I haven't played it.
Tekken 8 sentiment is so bad. So yeah, I'm not saying Tekken 9 won't come up, but I'm just saying there's no guarantee. Tekken 7 did so well, Tekken 8 was... Tekken 7 did so well, Tekken 8 was guaranteed.
They didn't pull it out the bag.
And I just don't think we can see that same thing for Tekken 9.
Like every time that I run out to these bots, I'm always like, I pull it out preemptively, right? I give it to the people and I'm like,
just in case you wanted to know, it's a Matrix Pro.
Yeah, I promise.
I am following.
It's nothing crazy. I'm still rocking that Hori Alpha, man. I gotta be able to snap them quick if I.
So the thing is now is the security's asking, hey, what do you play? And I'm like, oh, I'm
that's crazy, really?
Yeah, and they're like, oh, let's go.
I swear they go left with it.
Alright. Now we got our character selected. Now we got everything ripped up. Let's get into the brawl.
Let's go, man. Neymar up front, Joe.
Tekken Tag 3, so 1.5 to 1.8 million. So
oh, we're gonna get the Rock-On point here. Okay.
Tekken 8 is only being in player count.
Yeah, you think he has a little bit of a better match into Benny?
That could possibly be it, yeah. I don't know.
Tekken 8 has hit around 3 million in sales, but bigger budget. Yeah. Tekken 9 is free money. Like Tekken 2, Tekken Revolution, same graphics, but match doesn't change. Yeah, maybe. If they cheap out, if they repurpose assets for Tekken 9, sure. But the problem is that Tekken 9 is likely to come out on a new piece of hardware.
Dashboard with it.
So I don't know if they can do that. Tekken 9 would probably be, at least according to Harada's plans and desires, would probably be a launch title for the next generation, which will probably pushed back because of this AI RAM shit. So I don't know.
Risk over reward, but I mean,
so I don't know.
It is.
Yeah, Tekken 9 made for money. I don't know that it is. Like, let me put it this way. I have to do that better. I'm not saying that it wouldn't make a profit, but you don't spend 10 million in the hopes of making 12 million, right? Like, the point is, whatever money you would spend on a Tekken 9, they will ask themselves, is there a way we can spend this money that will make more money in Tekken 9? That's the issue. That's what I'm trying to get to. I don't think that a fully budgeted Tekken 9 is would make the kind of money that a modern AAA developer would want, especially considering the fact that game developers game more and more expensive.
Hard cancel roll coming through there. A whole bar gone, and you still got comboed for it pretty much.
Entirely possible that he was just looking for a regular roll, because that happens, right?
Oh, for sure.
You end up getting forced into a block situation.
I see it. I can see them pushing it for a real launch console.
I've made them brought them all back. I know exactly what they're trying to do when a mistake happens. There's luckily it's happening often up here.
When that face starts bulging out that forehead.
People are underestimating the fact that Arada's gone. Like, people are underestimating.
No, that's the most important part.
Like, I know he's considered a figurehead. Like, he probably hasn't touched the line of coding in how many years. But, like, Japanese companies are often run by, I mean, he's said it himself, it's often run by personalities and not actually just sort of fight for the company.
That was not just
fight for the product, fight for the brand.
Good pick.
In the company. Yeah. There's often rules in the company for who gets the money, who gets the budget. And losing Arada's a big deal.
I want to like the view you can hit 3 times and still get a command normal afterwards.
That too?
Ridiculous. Such a safe button. Very like Street Fighter 6 almost, the 3 lights.
Almost makes you wonder, right?
Yes. There was plans. There certainly was.
I mean, why not, right? Like, y'all want Terry or Maya or Rock and whoever else we got for you?
Yeah. Terry even took the cartoon before he left.
New school kids, man. Alright.
No matter what you say, if Arada said to me in the company that he grew Tekken and we still had some money and I was going, yeah. After it's just numbers.
Up with that delayed normal.
Just numbers. He was like a champion hunter.
Alright, tan complete. It was tan as I'm gonna get. And I haven't had any sun exposure for the last, I don't even want to say 6 months. It's probably been longer than that. So I just went from my palest to my darkest over the course of only 12 freaking hours. Sun exposure for the last, I don't even want to say 6 months. It's probably been longer than that. So I just went from my palest to my darkest over the course of only 12 freaking hours.
Tournament edition, round 2. These sticks are normally from Korea, and it's called Crown 303 FK, and these are the standard Sanma buttons. So now I'm going to teach you the almighty Korean backdash step by step. So the first step is, I hope you guys can see it. The first step is hitting the stick back with your thumb twice, like this. Then you slide with your index finger down, back. So again, back, back, down, back. Then you let it go, so that the stick will go to the neutral position, and then you just hit once back. That is step 1. So again, back, back, down, back, 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 down, back, back. So in game, it just might look like this. Back, back, down, back, back. See? Back, back, down, back, back. So I picked Heihachi. So the backdash, the Korean backdash, must look like this. Back, back, down, back, back. Again, back, back, down, back, back. So now we go to the next step. So now step 2 is very easy. You only have to input back, down, back, neutral, back. And this motion you have to do it over and over again. So step 1 was back, back, down, back, neutral, back. And now from this position you go down, back, neutral, back, down, back, neutral, back, down, back, neutral, back. So it must look like this. Back, back, down, back, back, down, back, back.
Sure.
Get ready for the next battle.
showing my hands on the camera, so I'm gonna attempt to do that. So I'm gonna do this championship match right now. Big Bison, and he already picked. His name is Stinky Bummy or Stinky Dummy or something. And he picked Ryu. I'm gonna pick.
Get ready for the next battle.
Alright. You gotta realize this is toxic for this time.
Round one. Get ready for the next battle.
with y'all? I'm going to bring you another Tekken video. This time we're talking about something a little bit differently here. As you can see, I am bringing a pad into the frame here in the hand cam. You might be wondering why. That's because we're going to be talking about the big difference between
I've grinded the ranks a lot with multiple different characters. I just recently hit Tekken King with Steve, which is the gameplay that I have showing in the background. Really quick, I'm also going to throw up some footage of me showing my ranked success with multiple different characters, not as a flex, but just to show you that my method for learning characters and approaching the game truly does work with basically everyone. As you can see, I've climbed the rank with Mishimas, I've climbed with stance mix-up characters, I've climbed with counter-hit characters, I've climbed with grapplers, I've climbed with basically every archetype of character. So this is just kind of to showcase that I've also climbed with every difficulty character. You know, I've climbed with brain-dead, easy characters like Victor, I've climbed with difficult characters like Steve. You know, like this works with basically anybody, so make sure to like and subscribe, and I'm going to go ahead and get right into the video. Make sure to really, you know, a lot of what I'm talking about is going to seem really basic, but I really hope you guys stick with me, as this realization greatly helped me improve. I was hard stuck Fujin for a long time, and then once I kind of had this breakthrough, I really began to improve and started to climb the ranks a lot faster when I thought of Tekken from the perspective of a player instead of the perspective of my character. Hopefully that'll make more sense when I explain it in this upcoming section. Once again, make sure to like and subscribe, and hope you guys find this useful. Without further ado, let's get right into it. So the key to improving your gameplay with any character is to start thinking of the game in terms of generic decisions. Tekken is not a game you want to approach from the perspective of your character. You want to approach it from the perspective of player versus player. Right, there are interactions that exist no matter what the matchup is, and that's the interactions between poking, keep out, and rush down, right? So let's go ahead and talk about it. Keep out is keeping your opponent out of your space and punishing them for recklessly entering your space. It's keeping your opponent away and punishing them for getting too close. Rushdown is closing the gap between you and your opponent, putting yourself in an offensive situation by reducing the distance. Poking ties this all together. Because the thing about rushdown is that good rushdown moves carry risk, right? This move leaves you airborne, so your opponent will hit first. It's also kind of slow, but it's telegraphed through a while-running input, and it's very linear, right? This move is launch punish on block, right? Right, and this isn't just Steve. Again, this applies to any character, and I'll show these same principles with multiple different characters just to try to point home, right? So, that also has its risks, right? Even with Steve, this move has very low whiff recovery, but you're still committing to flicker. And you still have to press down. This is still a time where, you know, you're still losing frames doing this. Other moves, this on whiff, not good. Poking is how you tie all of this together. Right? Because what this does is that poking lets you safely figure out your opponent's timing. It lets you safely close the gap. Because this you'll get killed for to a heat burst. But this will block in time. Right? This will be fine. So this is really good for scouting out your opponent's timing, for figuring it out. And then, when you know, thanks to your pokes, you begin to understand when your opponent is going to get more aggressive. You can use your pokes to
bases aggression, and that plays right into your keep out. Or your poking makes your opponent stand still, and that allows you to force your mix-ups, right? And so again, this applies with any character. I'll go ahead and switch to another character that I play, and you'll realize this holds true even then. So here we have Eddie Gordo, who is completely different from Steve. This character is not at all like Steve. He's a stance mix-up oriented character, right? Doesn't at all have the pokes or the keep out that Steve does. We can still apply the same principles. See, we can still use our pokes. We still have our 1-2. We have our down forward 1. We have our down forward 2. We have our 4-4, right? We have our down 4. We have our down 3. We have our down forward 4. Right? We still have these pokes. To figure out our opponent's timing, and then when our opponent is standing still, that's when we can use moves like forward 4, or sorry, forward 4-3, and immediately get a free mix-up. But again, this is risky because was this launch on block, I believe? Minus 14, almost launch. So this is risky. It's also linear. This can be sidestepped. Running 3. Again, this can be sidestepped. This can easily be floated out of. It's 25 frames. The opponent can easily beat this. Again, with pokes, with one-time pokes. So you want to use your pokes to figure out, okay, what is my opponent's timing, right? If you want to play back 1, or want to play keep out, sorry, you have your high safe power crush, right? You have back 1 is a pretty good keep out tool, honestly. Again, you got 4-4. Counter hit heat engager, 13 frames, mid. Very good for keep out. So these are options that you have. So again, you can take the same approach. The same approach towards the characters from Eddie to Steve. From characters as simple and as stance-oriented as Eddie to characters as complicated and keep out and counter hit based as Steve. The same principle applies. Let's go to another character. Here we have King, who plays nothing like Steve and plays nothing like Eddie. But the same things still apply. We have our pokes. Right, we have, our pokes here. Can't forget this incredible poke, down forward 2. King is no slouch when it comes to pokes. And then, of course, we have his rush down. Right, we have his rush down moves. Right? In this case, being running giant swing. We have Shining Wizard. We have his running 3. We have forward 1. Right? Forward neutral 2. And then for keep out, we have, our Jaguar step. We have our back 3. We have up forward 3+4. We have our down forward 2. And so again, we can use these pokes, figure out our opponent's timing, right? Use these to figure out our opponent's timing, get them to stand still, and once they're not sidewalking us, once our Shining Wizard is no longer getting stabbed, or Giant Swing isn't getting stabbed, or this isn't getting stabbed, we can figure out how to, close the gap. And start applying our mix-ups. Right, so you can see this applies with every single character. This is just Tekken fundamentals, which applies throughout the entire cast, no matter what style of play you use. So the key is not focusing on these character-specific things. It's focusing on general Tekken rules and fundamental Tekken gameplay, right? So how do you apply this? It's simple. You want to learn, and I would recommend learning this through quick matches, because this is a whole different way of seeing the game. Okay, you don't want to lose practicing this in ranked matches, so go to quick matches to practice this. But instead of focusing on what is a good decision for your character, focus on what is generally a good decision regardless, right? So think about, what type of poke do I need here? Should I be poking? Or should I be playing keep out? Or should I be playing rush out? Right? So think, if you decide I need to poke my opponent because I don't think I have enough information on how they play, I need to safely gather this information, pokes are good. Maybe throw a few low pokes in there. Whatever is your playstyle, right? And then maybe you score a hit, right? See if you can transition this into aggression, right? See if you can, right, transition this into offense, right? Or frustrate your opponent, make them whiff, right? I see some kings even punish, whoops, this. I see some kings would punish with that. Do what you need to do, right? Use your pokes to either set up, figure out your opponent's timing, adjust as needed, right? If your opponent's getting super aggressive, you're frustrating them like crazy with your pokes, and they try to kind of bum rush their way in. You have this, you have muscle armor, you have this, like you have so many options, right? And I'm going to demonstrate with one last character again who is a completely different archetype. Kazuya. You see Kazuya, and Kazuya is notoriously not great poking. I mean, his down forward one's 15 frames. His back one string is a high mid that is punishable block. Minus 14. 12 frame mid, this is minus 13. Minus 10. Minus 19. Right? Like you see, right? His best options he has is Demon Paw. He has to work this down forward one. He has to use his jab. So even though Kazuya isn't good at poking, you can still do this. Kazuya still has to play the poking. Even though they don't have the frames, right? You still have to do this every now and then. Because again, you need to feel out your opponent's timing, right? You can play keep out if you can throw electrics. I'm not very good at electrics, but you can use this. See, that's an excellent keep out. Excellent keep out. Also, great pressure tool. Well, my controller's messing up. It's also a great pressure tool, right? As you can see, every character has these options, right? Then of course for rushdown, of course, Kazuya is not, lacking in that department, right? Plenty of moves for rushdown, right? Plenty, right? He's not lacking in that department. Kazuya is not lacking in that department, right? Well, we see he can do the same thing. He can use his jab, he can use his down forward one, right? You can use your while standing force. Or down forward 4 if you don't have if you're not comfortable with crouch dashing yet. You can use this for hard callouts on keep outs. This can also be a very powerful aggressive tool. You can also have your back 4 as well, where it's pretty easy to keep out moves, also tracking, which is really nice. So you can use this jab. Notice a lot of Kazuya players, they jab a lot. It's his best hit. Use this to figure out your opponent's timing, and then your opponent comes in wrong, and you launch them with a well-timed electric or keep out, or they stand still and apply your 50-50 utility. So yeah, that's. Again, it even works with Kazuya. It works with every single character in this game. This approach works with every single character in the game. So instead of approaching the game like, oh, my character versus this character's bullshit, I have to use my character's bullshit, blah, 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 blah. Think about it instead as, what should I do from a Tekken perspective? What should I do in terms of, because no matter what, if you think about it as, oh, is it a good time to poke my opponent? I'm going to do my poke. If you think about it this way, you'll find yourself just generally getting better at Tekken fundamentals, right? It's now a good time to sidewalk, right? Based off the way my opponent's using their offense, I should power crush. Forget how good your power crush actually is. If power crushing is a good idea in that scenario, it'll probably work, right? Oh, my opponent's starting to stand still. I'm out poking them. They're starting to fear my pokes, so I'm pelting away at them. It's how to take advantage. Like, force your mix-up. And this works again with everybody. This will work no matter who you play. When you really get good at this, when you really get good at learning to using pokes to transition into keep out, to transition into rush down, when you use this to transition into just using rush down to transition to keep out, using keep out to transition to rush down, right? Just using these tools, think about it as just in terms of using types of tools to get types of responses, right? You need an evasive low, okay. I need a low in general. I need a momentum-based low. I need something that's going to give me frames. Oh, I need a gap closer with plus frames, right? I need to counter hit launch my opponent because I got my opponent's timing. Every character will have some sort of tool that either exactly fits the bill or sort of will do the job, as long as you place it properly. And so at that point, it just becomes up to you to execute it right. And so when you think of it this way, you'll be able to climb higher with every single character, and your fundamentals will shoot you through the roof. Of course, don't forget to supplement this with knowledge. You still need to study matchups and learn the basics to replay mode. You still need to practice your throw breaks. So this is not a substitute for studying, but this should be kind of your frame.
Hey guys, the last few weeks a lot of you asked me questions about salt. I then linked you my video which I made about the topic many years ago. It's only 5 minutes long, but it sums it up well. Some of you also mentioned this guy called Darko Velchuk.
So Darko, you have a very different view on salt than Augenus Wonderpants, for example, than primal dieters. Augenus says that even the salt that is healthy, that people consider healthy, is unhealthy, that all forms of salt are unhealthy. Where you two agrees that table salt, for example, is unhealthy. But you do think that some natural salts are healthy. Could you talk about the salts that are healthy and why salt is healthy? Why is it that Augenus got this point wrong?
Well, our bodies are salty. When you sweat, if you lick your sweat, it is salty. If you taste your urine, it is salty. It may be very bitter, but there is salt. You can feel the salt in there. Same as with excrement. So every time your body will reject something, it is salty. Now, what are salts when you will look at from a point of physics? They are ions, usually cation and anion combine. So you have positive, negative combine, and you get salt. Now, why are they important? Because of conductivity, electric conductivity. We say blood is water. Well, not really. Blood is plasma. Now, what is plasma? Plasma, again, according to the science that we are being told, or science, plasma is electroconductive element. If you have water, when it becomes electroconductive, now it is referred to being plasma. Because if you take the distilled water, you can put electric wire in one side of a glass and put your finger on the other side in the water and nothing happens. You put pinch of salt and you get zapped right away. Okay, so once when you understand that your body is an electronic robot and it runs on electricity, which we call energy, then this energy cannot flow unless you are well productive. And it is common knowledge. Everybody can try it. Go and sweat and drink distilled water and you are going to collapse. You can die because there is no electroconductivity. So energy stops flowing, you are dead. Salt is extremely important. Now, why some people, what is name, Jonas, whatever, when they talk about not necessarily having salt in a diet, well, they are looking at animals and they say, well, you see, carnivores, animals that eat other animals, they do not need to lick salt. They never take salt. They only drink water. Well, the water they drink is already mineralized because it will run through the soil. So it becomes mineralized. If they would drink only rainwater, well, that would be a little bit more difficult. But we have to understand that animal cannot survive unless it is well mineralized. It is very interesting to watch some of the videos of Matt Fossil University. Here, he explains that the salt deposits in the soil that we see really are not what we have been told, a trapped ocean that slowly evaporated and salt was left there, because in a cavern somewhere down below, it's always humid, so what will evaporate? Not really much. Where we find salt is in an image pattern of the muscle, which he shows, and actually the salt deposited is a tissue of some giant animal or giant human that used to be present, or that this planet is made of. It's a living organism constructed of dead organisms. And the salt deposits actually has nothing to do with evaporated oceans, but with the decaying corpses. And we are being told, well, you know, you cannot really absorb mineral. Mineral cannot serve in human body because it is not bioactive. It has to be chelated first. It has to go through plants, and then you receive it by eating plant. Well, if this is correct, then how come that, and also green leafy plant, okay? So how come that herbivores that eat nothing but green leafy stuff, they are depleted of minerals and they have to lick salt? You cannot have cow farmer or goat farmer or sheep farmer without giving your animals salt to lick. So obviously there is some discrepancy. Something is not right in the science, we are being told. And on the other side, carnivores, they don't need any supplement because by eating animal product, you are receiving all the minerals that you need. So Ionis here is right. Yeah, we don't need to have minerals, salts. Not that they are bad for us, but we don't need them. But here again, this would be if we would live like wild animals. So you are born from healthy mother, and then you start eating healthy food from a get-go. Well, this is not happening with us because we are born from toxic mothers, and then we are being switched to food which is not good for us, and we start getting more and more toxic. And now when we switch to correct food, let's say we start eating raw animal diet, what happens? We start gaining minerals, but we are still not raising our blood plasma levels fast enough because we are not eating and drinking, because again, Iona says don't drink water. Okay? So you take minerals. We have to understand that the body is a program robot. It runs on programs. So if you have this is your level of water and this is your level of salt, you have for optimal conductivity, they have to be adjusted correctly, which body does on its own. It has a system to adjust. So now, you eat meat and you bring some minerals, but you are low on water. So now you are over-mineralized. Over or under, it's a bad thing. It has to be exact. So body is already programmed. As soon as there is a oversaturation of something, it eliminates it. And to eliminate it, it will lose more water because you cannot wash anything without water. So you will eliminate and you start actually dehydrating. And eventually you are going to drink something. And also, if you're eating raw meat, well, you are getting liquids with it, like drinking water with it. But what is happening, even if you start slowly rising blood level, what happens that all the toxic stuff that your body has accumulated because it did not have enough plasma to eliminate, now starts getting dislodged and goes back into the blood, making blood more toxic. More toxic blood requires more plasma for detox, but you are not giving it. You are just slowly raising this level and you are dislodging more toxins which are going into the blood. And this is very common to almost everybody that switches to carnivore diet. At the beginning they feel great. Everything is going like Joey. Everything was fine. And then all of a sudden, little problems. I feel low of energy. I don't know why. I crave sugar. I crave this. I crave that. And because of science, as we are being pushed the wrong information, brain cannot function without carbohydrates. It needs glucose. It needs fast energy. Otherwise, it cannot function. So then we all get trapped into this situation. Okay, now I probably need some sugar. As soon as you take it, you feel better. But why are you feeling worse after a certain period of time when you are on carnivore diet? Because the blood plasma is slowly rising. You are dislodging toxins from a tissue, and you are not able to offload it because you need more plasma. You see, cleansing is a program controlled. So one program is telling you how much plasma you should have in the body. Another program tells you how much toxicity you can tolerate. And most of these toxins are mild toxins. They are not something that really bothers you unless they are getting saturated. Even if you take a vitamin C and you start saturating it, right away you are going to create a problem in the body. Same as with iodine, which I'm explaining. Those things all should be used in microdoses. As soon as you start loading on it, you are creating oversaturation, which actually is like pulling brakes on the body. It just doesn't work. So the problem is starting. The blood is becoming more toxic. Now, body cannot offload it because the program says that I need more plasma. I cannot waste what I have to eliminate this stupid toxicity that really doesn't bother me so much. So all that happens is that electrical flow lowers down, and what happens, you become tired. You feel tired because your body is trying to hydrate, trying to cleanse. It cannot do it. There is discrepancy in the electroconductivity through the body. Same can happen with creation of bad emotions. Again, you are interfering with the flow of energy. This is why what we call diseases can be triggered with various things. Causes could be various, and so can the so-called cures. Can come from different points because it's all about energy. It's all about electromagnetism. It's all about frequency. And transmission of frequency can be done in many different ways. We have to understand that since we are not pure when we start our life, we are toxic, then period of time will come when we start correcting everything in our body. The body has to eliminate these toxins. Eliminate or transmute. But we are basically programmed to eliminate. And for this, it needs more plasma. More toxic is your blood, the more the mechanism that controls levels of plasma will require more plasma before it takes it out. And I say that the biggest signal to our body that we are well hydrated and the body can do cleansing is when we have diarrhea.
Nikes.
Because with diarrhea we waste a lot of plasma. Urination too, but diarrhea too, even more. And what happened is that you will not get diarrhea unless your body is really very toxic, your blood is very toxic, and these toxins are oozing out, and your body has enough water to waste, enough plasma that it can waste to do the flush. If it doesn't have enough, it is not going to do it. I noticed simple experiment, but you already have to be pretty clean to do these fine experiments. Like, if I eat raw meat and nothing else, and I drink my plasma, usually 3 liters a day, and then in the morning I have 1 liter or liter and a half usually of plasma, I go immediately with diarrhea, and it's like watery flush because you digest meat almost 100%, and the little bit that is left over, and when you get the surplus of minerals, the body immediately goes and eliminates it. It has plenty of plasma, doesn't have to waste anything of its own. It just uses the surplus and just flushes it out. If I take during the day 1 glass, my glass is, half a liter. If I put in half of a lemon, I squeeze it, and I drink half a liter of salty lemonade. It's plasma with the lemon. In the morning, I don't have flush. I drink my 1.5 liter of plasma. Even though I had a meat, I'm not going to have flush because my system, my programs that run it, says, okay, well, there is something in the blood that has to be eliminated, which doesn't serve, but to eliminate it, I need more plasma. So I have to load more, and I have to drink more plasma to achieve diarrhea. If I had lemon water, which I have proven through my work that the vitamin C that is from plants does not resonate, does not vibrate the same like vitamin C from animal body or human body, and it basically creates a problem, especially if it's in higher doses. So it's not very problematic, but enough to give additional work for the body to do. So yes, we can live pretty well eating just meat and drinking plain water. We don't have to take the salt if our bodies are fairly clean. We'll just feel little problems, little tiredness, whatever, but in a while we are going to readjust, body will cleanse, and everything will be fine. But more toxic we are, the more problematic it is going to be to remain on that diet without raising plasma, because more and more toxins are going to be seeping in, and body will be asking for more and more plasma, dealing with the surplus of what we eat, surplus of the minerals, because it wants to eliminate the minerals also, but it needs more water at the same time.
I think Augenus wouldn't disagree with what you're saying. I think that getting H2O in is a very big part of his diet. I mean, not cooking anything means you're going to get more water, and he was also adamant about getting a lot of vegetable juice and raw milk. So everything you're eating on that diet is actually filled with plasma. What I think he would disagree on is the way you get the plasma. So he's a get the plasma from food type of guy. He wants all the plasma to come from the food. He wants everything to come from the vegetable juice, from fruit, but just a little bit of fruit, and the dairy and the meat. Well, you're saying that, no, you can get the plasma from drinking plasma, which is, structured water together with salt. What's the advantages and disadvantages of just getting it from food as opposed to doing what you're saying, which is drinking water with salt?
Well, right away when you start mixing vegetables, you are talking about poisoning the body. Because why do vegetable juices help when we are dealing with some disease? Well, because they are putting our body, our cells, in a fight and flight situation, as Dr. Lipton calls it. Basically, the toxicity of plant products, because plants are defending themselves by producing toxic elements. And now you put it in your body, and your cells start closing down. They close down the membranes not to absorb. When they close down the membranes, they will not absorb, but they will also not expand. And longer they are being kept in that state, they start dehydrating because they have to deal with acids that they are producing. So little by little, they will be using their own plasma to eliminate them until they run out of this plasma. So they become dehydrated.
Oh, yeah.
If you look in the nature, symptoms of aging, you will not find it. You can look at a herd of elephants and you don't know which one is old, which one is young, other than by their size. And older it is, the stronger it is going to be, which is completely contrary to us. Because with us, you can be young, but you can look sick and you can look old. Your skin looks old. What makes you look old? Your skin starts creasing. It doesn't happen in animals, on wild animals especially, but it happens with humans. Why? Because they start dehydrating. The connective tissue, the collagen, when it dehydrates, it shrinks, and then the skin starts curling in. Now we are being told, oh, you need collagen because you are not producing the collagen, This is all bullshit. None of it. It's dehydration. So you dehydrate, it shrinks, and then the skin doubles up. If you hydrate it again, opens up. Easy to do, easy to try on yourself. So things are not really the way we think they are. Just simple symptoms of aging, which is nothing more than dehydration with us. And this is why we feel weaker as older we get. Muscles lose tension, become floppy, become brittle. Brittle muscle causes hernia. Brittle muscle, because it loses tension, it tends to overextend. Same happens with tendons. So all of a sudden you get joints that can move further than normally, but then on the other side, the cartilage also starts dehydrating, so it shrinks, and then it cannot lubricate because it doesn't have water to...
Beyond disease is even if you eat...
Ascending order of priority, so like obviously beef liver has gotten a lot of hype lately from Liver King. I think before that I had already kind of understood too that it was like, like nature's multivitamin I had heard for years. That was kind of what compelled me to incorporate it into my diet. And when you're only having an ounce a day too, like it's not that bad. Even if you don't like the taste, it's pretty easy to just, it takes like 2 seconds to eat. So in descending order of if you were to have somebody like upgrade their diet and introduce these organ meats into their system, is like beef liver the kind of like go-to like totem pole thing that you would have at the top, and then in descending order under that, are there organs that you would recommend like as 2, 3, 4, or is there kind of like a system that you would recommend?
Yeah, I mean there's a system, and that's just kind of like the paradigm that I have in my mind that's maybe based on my experiences with hunter-gatherer tribes and the nutritional quality of various organs. I think liver is the great place to start. I think, like you said, you asked this question, I got distracted from it, but you asked what's an effective dose. I think an ounce of liver, or even half an ounce of liver per day, is an effective dose. It's so high in things like choline, vitamin A, K2, selenium, zinc, copper to balance the zinc, that even a half ounce of liver a day is going to be effective for people. And if you eat half an ounce of liver a day, you're at 3 to 4 ounces a week. That's amazing. That's great for people. And you don't need to get a whole lot more than that. And you mentioned vitamin A toxicity. We can touch on that for a second in a moment. But yeah, I think liver's the first one. Start with liver, whether it's fresh or desiccated. And if you do it fresh, know that the source matters. I would do something high quality from an animal preference, eating grass, finished on grass, preferably organic, preferably from a farm that you know the farmer. All raw organs have a risk of contamination. That's just how all raw foods do. Sushi, raw organs, everything has a risk of those things. So if you want to eat raw organs, it's great. If you have concerns about that stuff or you don't know your source, you can sear it on the outside, you can cook it, or you can desiccated it. But know that any raw organ, any raw food is always going to have a risk of contamination for humans.
Yeah, that's something we probably should tangent off before I forget. So, the risk of contamination, foodborne illness, is like I did a video recently. There was this guy who presumably is trying to kind of like bandwagon off the Liver King hype train, and he's like eating brains and raw eggs and stuff on camera, and he's just like, I can't even tell if he likes it. Like, it seems like he's kind of cringing his way through it a little bit in order to like build a gimmick around it essentially. But still, like, I'm not discounting the viability of the nutrient density of the organ meats, but at the same time, is the ROI on the risk for eating like a raw brain versus cooking it, like, does it even make sense for the majority of people who don't necessarily know for a fact like where their stuff, like the sanitary practices and whatnot. And I don't know, a bunch of people were commenting that guy's video got like a shit ton of views, 20 million views or something. Everyone was commenting about prions and like, yeah, I don't know if you want to comment on that.
Yeah, we can talk about that too. So I don't know if there's any known prion diseases in the neural tissue of sheep and lamb. He was eating a lamb brain. I saw it. It's mostly in cows, like the bovine BSE is bovine spongiform encephalopathy, and that's real. But there's never been a case in New Zealand. So, but neural tissue is always a little bit concerning. The thing about prion disease is even if you eat that meat cooked, it doesn't change the prions, from what I understand. So, like when they have had outbreaks of BSE in the UK, even cooked meat can be problematic, or cooked brain tissue can be problematic. So when you're cooking meat, or brains in this case, you'd essentially be destroying any bacteria on the surface of the brain. And that, like you said, is just has somebody wipe their butt and then touch this brain that they sent to you, right? That's the main problem. Like, are you going to get Campylobacter or are you going to get Salmonella? Those are the two bacteria that you worry about with raw eggs as well. And so I think that for people, if they're worried about that kind of foodborne contamination with those GI-centric bacteria, yeah, cook your food, cook your liver. It's going to be on the outside of the liver. You can cook it. You can cook your eggs if you're worried about it. The other thing is parasites. I think there's not a lot of parasites in a brain, but there definitely occasionally are parasites in livers. If you get good liver from a cow that's grass-fed and grass-finished, and you're familiar with what liver looks like, that's pretty rare, especially if the liver's been pre-frozen. Now, if you look at the literature,
Basta.
you have to really freeze the liver for a long amount of time, or a very deep freeze. The kind of freeze that nobody has in their house, the kind of freeze you find in like molecular biology labs, like -20, that will kill the parasites. But there's some indication that if you freeze the liver for 2 to 3 weeks, and a lot of the liver you might get from like a farm may have been frozen for a few weeks, that's going to decrease the incidence of parasites in the liver. But again, if you're worried about that stuff, just cook the liver or get desiccated. Again, prions, cooking won't change anything, so if you want to eat brains, you're just going to take the risk. Not a lot of brain risk with, I think, sheep or lamb. I ate monkey brains when I was in Africa, and I didn't tell many people about it, but I texted Joe Rogan. Yeah. Like, you're crazy. You're gonna get prion disease. And I looked it up, and there's not a whole lot of incidents of that kind of stuff. But I was in Africa with a freaking hadza, and we killed a baboon.
Yeah, obviously you're gonna do whatever they're.
You're gonna do it, man. Yeah. Like, I want to have that experience. If I get prion disease, then I lived a good life, and I start slurring and drooling out of my mouth. And that was the end of Paul, but he lived well. Live fast, die young. So. Yeah, so that was the tangent there. I'll go back and finish the organ hierarchy if that's okay.
Sure, yeah.
Liver, then I like heart as the next one. Heart can even be the first organ people eat because it's so much like muscle meat, and if you get a good slice, it's just going to taste a lot like muscle meat, not going to be super gamey. Heart is great for coenzyme Q10, anserine, taurine. Heart is actually a really good source of riboflavin, which is one of these B vitamins that I don't think gets enough attention. People think about folate, but riboflavin is key, and I imagine your audience is savvy because you talk a lot about this stuff on your podcast, but we can get a little geeky here for one moment. There's this polymorphism, the MTHFR polymorphism, methylene tetrahydrofolate reductase polymorphism. I have it. There's 677C to T and 1298. I am homozygous for the 677 polymorphism.
Seems like a lot of Italians.
It is a lot of Italians, and I believe Hispanics as well. Mm-hmm. But what you find in the literature is that if you get a slightly supra the recommended, like if you get slightly above the recommendation for riboflavin every day, if you get 1 or even 1.5 or 2 milligrams of riboflavin every day in your diet, there's some allosteric regulation of that MTHFR enzyme, and you can normalize your homocysteine, which is the reason that you're worried about that MTHFR, by getting good amounts of riboflavin in your diet. But then the question becomes, where do we get riboflavin? Basically, liver and heart are the best sources. A little bit in egg yolks, a little bit in egg whites, but it's pretty rare in the plant kingdom.
Here we have some raw liver. So yeah, I've been eating raw meat for basically 7 months now, and in this video I'm gonna show you my blood work, because as a raw meat eater, everyone asked about my blood work. What is my blood work? They want to see if I have parasites, if I'm healthy, stuff like that. So I decided to show it out, and the last time that I checked my blood work was 6 months ago, and I had 1 month to the primal diet. But let me put this aside, because I'm not gonna chew it on the video here, I need to speak. And yeah, basically let's begin. I have a paper right here where I kinda got dirty of blood here on my pants, but it doesn't matter. So I have this paper right here, which shows my blood work. It doesn't show my blood work, you'll see it on the screen because it's online, but I just wrote it here so I can basically see, so I don't just guess and see the actual numbers, okay? I just put it as reference for myself. So yeah, let's start. We'll first start with the blood work itself, and at the end I'll tell you if I have parasites or not, okay? I'll tell you the actual test because it's like a separate test. This one is the blood itself. So make sure you stay till the end to see exactly what happens to your blood work, okay? So first off, we have the blood panel itself. And the results here might shock you, might surprise you actually, because kinda every value is in check here. Besides values which are hematocrit and also the red blood cell count basically. These two are a bit off the chart, like the superior limit, but it's not a bit too much of a difference, it's like just slightly over it. And also the other ones that are in check, they are green. This shows that I have no bacterial infections basically. I don't have salmonella or other bacteria, giardia or whatever, I just have these two values that are a bit slightly elevated. And yeah, besides that, everything is good like I told you. And then we move into cholesterol, which is also very important, because usually when you eat like a raw meat based diet, because what I eat is raw meat, raw eggs, raw butter, also raw milk, I have a ton of cholesterol. I don't eat veggies, only fruit and honey here and there when it's in season basically. So I have a shit ton of cholesterol, and people would worry about that, cholesterol, heart disease, And here my cholesterol is slightly elevated, of course. It's 228, and also the LDL is elevated, the HDL is in normal value. And here people might panic, oh my god, your cholesterol is so high, you're at risk for heart disease and stuff like that, but I'm not worrying at all whatsoever, because now, after studying nutrition for 5 years, I found out that cholesterol isn't bad at all. This is just a myth, it has been debunked by even doctors. It's just a mainstream belief that is not accurate at all. Cholesterol in reality is the precursor of all your hormones, specifically your steroid hormones like testosterone, estrogen, cortisol, stuff like that. And besides that, also every cell in your body is made out of cholesterol, so it doesn't make any sense. The studies that say that yeah, cholesterol is bad and it basically has been associated with heart disease, these are just associations. You can't prove nothing from associations. It's nothing proved. Nobody proved that cholesterol is harmful, so I have nothing to worry about. In reality, like I said, cholesterol is every cell in your body is made of cholesterol, so it can be bad. If your body, what is inside your body is made out of cholesterol, how can it be bad? It's like saying that what's inside of you is bad, so I won't worry about that. I just wanted to explain quickly about cholesterol. I'll also give like explanations about certain stuff, so you know exactly what's the thing here, because on a raw meat based diet and even on a cooked animal based diet you have your cholesterol raised, but that's not an issue. Everyone does that, but no one gets heart disease or stuff like that on an animal based diet. Quite the opposite, they get rid of heart disease. So yeah, now we can move on to the next things. So next we have electrolytes, which are nutrients that your body, basically they regulate your hydration and other functions in the body. And here we have chlorine, calcium, potassium, magnesium, and sodium. These are the electrolytes. And guess what? All of them are very good. Back then when I was not on a primal diet, when I was not eating raw meat, I was eating normally like a balanced diet, fruits, vegetables, meat, and also other stuff, grains, you know, how normal people eat, but also healthier. I wouldn't eat junk food or any other stuff. When I was eating like this, I had nutritional deficiencies. I was deficient in calcium and also in magnesium. You can see the past blood work right here that it says that I was deficient. And now after I started this diet, and also I think the cooked animal based diet also helped here, because before this I was on a cooked animal based diet before starting to eat raw meat. This also helped me nutrients. Basically it helped me get rid of nutritional deficiencies, so that's already a bonus here. This helped me a lot, because now I feel much better on this diet. Also I have more energy, I look better, my mood is better, so no wonder why, because my nutrients are higher. That's why, because nutrients make you feel good, they give energy obviously, so yeah, that's why. Magnesium is higher though than the limit here, and this is because these reference ranges are average limits, they are not optimal limits. So they are basically just calculating the average in terms of what other people have here, nutrients, cholesterol, stuff like that. The cholesterol, by the way, back then used to be 300 something, but they're normal, now it's 200. Estrogen, cortisol, stuff like that. And besides that, also every cell in your body is made out of cholesterol, so it doesn't make any sense. The studies that say that yeah, cholesterol is bad and it basically has been associated with heart disease, these are just associations. You can't prove nothing from associations. It's nothing proved. Nobody proved that cholesterol is harmful, so I have nothing to worry about. In reality, like I said, cholesterol is every cell in your body is made of cholesterol, so it can be bad. If your body, what is inside your body is made out of cholesterol, how can it be bad? It's like saying that what's inside of you is bad, so I won't worry about that. I just wanted to explain quickly about cholesterol. I'll also give like explanations about certain stuff, so you know exactly what's the thing here, because on a raw meat based diet and even on a cooked animal based diet you have your cholesterol raised, but that's not an issue. Everyone does that, but no one gets heart disease or stuff like that on an animal based diet. Quite the opposite, they get rid of heart disease. So yeah, now we can move on to the next things. So next we have electrolytes, which are nutrients that your body, basically they regulate your hydration and other functions in the body. And here we have chlorine, calcium, potassium, magnesium, and sodium. These are the electrolytes, and guess what? All of them are very good. Back then when I was not on a primal diet, when I was not eating raw meat, I was eating normally like a balanced diet, fruits, vegetables, meat, and also other stuff, grains, you know, how normal people eat, but also healthier. I wouldn't eat junk food or any other stuff. When I was eating like this, I had nutritional deficiencies. I was deficient in calcium and also in magnesium. You can see the past blood work right here that it says that I was deficient. And now after I started this diet, and also I think the cooked animal based diet also helped here, because before this I was on a cooked animal based diet before starting to eat raw meat. This also helped with nutrients. Basically it helped me get rid of nutritional deficiencies. So that's
아,
already a bonus
배불러서
here.
게임
This
할
helped me
맛이
a
안
lot
난다.
because now I feel much better on this diet. Also, I have
아.
more energy, I look better. My mood is better, so no wonder. Why? Because my
손가락도
nutrients are
아프고.
higher, that's why. Because nutrients make you feel
그냥
good, they give
쉬어야지.
you energy, obviously, so yeah, that's why. Magnesium is higher though than the limit here, and this is because these reference ranges are average limits, they are not optimal limits, so they are basically just calculating the average in terms of what other people have here, nutrients, cholesterol, stuff like that. The cholesterol, by the way, back then used to be 300 something was their normal, now it's 200, so they just shifted that up based on the average that is nowadays. Same with the nutrients here. So obviously my magnesium is higher here because I'm consuming a diet that's way more nutritious than what most people eat nowadays. Okay, moving on now to liver. We have these two values that show your liver health basically. And these two are in check. They got better than before, so my liver got healthier on this diet, which is pretty good. Insulin and glucose, which are also in check, they are very good. And obviously because I don't eat carbs, I don't have a high carb diet, so I don't spike my insulin, my glucose, obviously my insulin is stable. And something interesting here, back then, before I started this animal-based diet, even also this whole diet, I was having insulin resistance, which is like close to type 2 diabetes. It's a condition close to type 2 diabetes because you have the certain order. You have insulin resistance, then you have pre-diabetes, and then you have type 2 diabetes. So I had insulin resistance. So I was basically close to getting type 2 diabetes because I was eating so many carbs, sugar also, but mostly healthy carbs. Not a lot of sugar though, only before when I was not eating healthy. So I basically was close to getting diabetes, and now I got rid of it, of this problem, with a cooked animal-based diet first. This helped me a lot. Also ketogenic diet per se, I would say. And now on the raw primal diet it got even better, so another health problem that I cured here basically with this diet already. Just seeing only how my health improves would basically explain that, yeah, you eat raw meat, you are very healthy, you get parasites, stuff like that, but it's quite the opposite.
물도 떠오고. 아, 물도 떠와야지.
now. And now we move on to testosterone, which is very, very important, as a man is your most important hormone. And here, my testosterone after 1 month on the primal diet, this was basically 6 months ago, like I said, and my total testosterone, as you can see, was 24.08 nanomole per liter. This translates to 700 nanograms per deciliter, basically, for those that know this better, but whatever, it's close to the upper limit here. And also the free test is 19.30, which is close to the upper limit, so that's kind of good, but this is only after 1 month. Now I repeat the test for testosterone, and it's even higher now, as you can see, after 5 months, almost 6 months of the primal diet. My free testosterone is now above the upper limit, as you can see, and total testosterone is also close to being above the upper limit, so my testosterone is now elite level, basically. You can consider that being higher than 99% of men nowadays. My testosterone is basically elite level. I have peak hormonal health thanks to this diet, because, like I told you, cholesterol is the precursor of all hormones, steroid hormones, testosterone, estrogen. So obviously, if you eat a lot of cholesterol, you have very good hormonal health. That's why my testosterone got higher as I started this diet, especially on the raw primal diet. But even on the carnivore diet, I noticed that my testosterone increased. I don't have the blood work from before. This is the first blood work that I got on testosterone, which is after 1 month of primal diet. Before I started the animal-based diet, my testosterone, I can guess it was rock bottom, because let me tell you this thing, I had no morning wood, basically. I couldn't get it up in the morning anymore, so obviously my testosterone was rock bottom if that was the case. So I can safely say that I got from 0 to hero in terms of testosterone. So if you want to achieve high testosterone, then I definitely recommend this diet, because I haven't seen one guy that maybe is on this diet for a few months and doesn't have high testosterone, or at least higher than average. It's just impossible, because this is our natural diet. We consume a lot of cholesterol, saturated fat, which helps you with testosterone, so you have peak hormonal health. After a few months or after a year, you'll have elite level testosterone. Just try out this diet, you'll see that you'll feel way better, you'll feel more masculine, more drive, energy, you look better, you'll put on muscle mass. Okay, but we spoke enough about testosterone, and then we move on to the creatinine, urea, and which are related to the kidneys, basically, and mine are elevated, at least the urea and creatinine is in a good range, and urea and is basically elevated. And here most people would also worry that I have problems with my kidneys. However, I don't have any symptoms. They usually say that on blood work, if you have like a value that is basically too low or too high, it's not in the range, but you don't have any symptoms, then you shouldn't worry about it, because, like I told you, these are averages, not optimal ranges, of course. And the reason why my urea and bone is high, it's because I eat a lot of protein, and basically urea is a waste product of protein, that's why. So I eat a lot of protein and my urea is high, not because I have kidney problems, because I would have symptoms if that was the case, but I don't have any symptoms. I feel very, very good. So that's why I would say, because kinda everybody on a carnivore diet or a meat-based diet has the urea and bone elevated, and this shows that it's about the protein, not about the kidney itself, because nobody gets kidney problems on this carnivore diet. And it's...
Hey guys, I recently had a question related to how much of my food needs to be raw versus cooked, okay? So I'm going to answer that by talking about this thing called enzymes, right? Enzymes are fascinating. They're these little magical proteins that do all the work in your body, okay? So they're mysterious because they get recycled and they can return to their original state after doing the work. So they seem to have this little life force in them, and it's quite amazing, because without enzymes, all the chemical reactions in your body would be so slow you wouldn't be able to survive. So enzymes speed up the chemical reactions in the body, both in breaking food down and building tissue from the macronutrients. So you have amino acids, fatty acids, and then the...
요새 몸이 더 건강해져가지고 더 이상 일어날 필요가 없어 버린 것 같아요, 이자에서. 그래서 맨날 앉아있으니까 살만 찌고, 아토피가 나아지니까 운동할 이유가 없었어. 그렇다고 생각을 하는데, 생각을 바꿔야지. 그래서 일어서는 거야 지금. 트럼도 나오네 이제.
Man Legends, though, in particular, is special in this way because we never get anything from this brand. Ever. Anything. They don't do anything with it. It has been dead for a very long time. So this is coming out on the 14th of January, like I said, and the description for it is far in the future. The Digger, which is what they call the treasure hunters, essentially, who go underground into the ruins to find refractors, which are like crystals and other treasures, and bring them to the surface, known as Mega Man Volnut, has discovered a valuable artifact from the distant past. Could it be the secret to unlocking a long-forgotten technology? The thieving Tron Bond just wants to know how much it's worth. It's an all-new adventure in the Halcyon days. And what's interesting about this to me is, first off, this does appear like it's going to tie back to old Mega Man as well. Mega Man Legends, though, in particular...
Yo, what's going on, folks? Welcome back to the Donchi and Donchi podcast. I'm your humble host, Donchi, along with my co-host, Dochi. And today, we're talking about a series that is very dear to my heart. Mega Man Star Force. Oof, a classic, right? Like, we're talking about a series with one of the most emotional stories in Mega Man. Like, watching Geostellar grow was beautiful. Facts, and that battle system, son, you already know I was building all kinds of crazy decks. And remember all those transformations? Bro.
Begin this half hour with the patient accusing the doctor of some bad bedside behavior, and it was all caught on camera.
That patient complained the doctor was physically and verbally abusive, refusing to believe he was suffering, even cursing at him. ABC's Marcy Gonzalez is in our LA bureau with the story. Marcy, good morning.
Dan Paula, good morning. That patient says the doctor accused him of going to the hospital in hopes of getting narcotics, and that, he believes, is what set her off. He tells us he was simply seeking treatment for what turned out to be an extreme anxiety attack. He is still baffled by what happened next.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I'm having you shut up. I can't get up.
This morning, this emergency room doctor banned from working in this Northern California hospital after she was caught on camera mocking and cursing at one of her patients.
I knew from when she said something to the security guard, I already knew from that point. I said, hey, Dad, can you please take out your phone? I need you to take out your phone now because I have a feeling something's going to happen. If I could get up off this chair, I really would. But
yeah, it really should, because this is ridiculous.
I can't, and you're not going to keep complaining.
Samuel Bardwell says he was rushed by ambulance to El Camino Hospital after collapsing during basketball practice Monday. After waiting more than 3 hours to be seen.
I'm sorry, sir. You were the least sick of all the people who were here who are dying.
He says he told the doctor he was numb, in extreme pain, and having trouble breathing.
I just tried to inhale, and I even told her I could not inhale.
You can't inhale. Wow. You must be dead. Are you dead, sir? I don't understand. You are breathing just fine.
This is not...
Bardwell tells ABC from there the tension with Dr. Beth Keegstra escalated unprovoked.
No, you have changed your story every time.
Whoa.
The hospital CEO saying in a statement that the physician's demeanor was unprofessional and not the standard we require of all who provide care through El Camino Hospital. We've expressed our sincere apologies and are working directly with the patient on this matter.
In my mind, I don't think she should be practicing medicine at all, because if it's not a race thing and she treats everybody that way, then that's a problem.
And the CEO of the hospital group went on to say the doctor will never be allowed to work at any branches of the hospital group again. We have not been able to reach the doctor for comment. Meanwhile, Bardwell says he plans to file a lawsuit. Dan and Paula, back to you.
Marcy, thank you.
Hi everyone, George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on
UK Sam up against Columbus Sam. UK Sam would win. And that's all I wanted to see. That is a steady progression of show to show to show to show improvements.
And so perhaps UK Sam would beat Ohio Sam, but there's a different Sam that would beat them both. A big day for the unemployed as Sam is now back to posting. He's going to talk about his competition and describe exactly what is next for Sam. But first, I want to address this. I'm not jealous of Sam. I just read all the comments. Bro said Coach Greg is jealous of Sam. How am I jealous? Is there anyone in the world that's a bigger supporter of Sam than Coach Greg? Who has more videos on Sam? I almost have more videos on Sam than Sam has videos on Sam.
So I wanted to be right at 227 for that wake up, fasted morning after the bathroom wait. And I hopped on the scale and I'm 226.
This time he didn't want to be as flat, and so he didn't carb deplete the day before the weigh-ins. He ate 1,200 grams of carbs. This is 4,800 calories, as well as 12 liters of fluids, distilled low sodium, and so that allowed him to continuously go to the bathroom. He was as high as 238 pounds. Before bed, 232 pounds. And overnight he lost 6 pounds, and so he was already underweight.
At 226, I do have a little bit of room to play with by eating some food. So I'm going to do 2 packs of instant oats, which is going to be 40 grams of carbs.
As I said, following his previous competition, if you rewatch my videos, I described that he should be eating more calories before he weighs in, because that way he has more time for his body to absorb all those carbs. I described that he had overconsumed carbs, around 1,750 grams of carbs. No human body can absorb that much, so Samson Dota, perhaps Andrew Jack, but he's not big enough to eat that much and consume that much, and so some of those carbs had turned into fat, and so this time he gave his body more time to absorb the carbs, and it did in fact pay off. But what it does tell us is that he still has a significant amount of weight that he can put onto his body. Sam can put on way more muscle, and Sam, in order to look his best, he needs to barely make the weight class while being dehydrated and carb up as much as he can. If he's already making weight in the morning without really even trying, then he's giving off some amount of size.
235 stage weight? I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. I don't want to come in spilled over if we just want to eat too much food and eat too much water, and then you get this kind of just soft look.
Which is a little bit of what he had. He was a little bit softer. He wasn't as crispy or as dry as he was 3 weeks prior. He was fuller. And if you did in fact check out the final results, although he did place 7th versus 8th in Ohio, the man who he beat in Ohio actually leapfrogged and beat him at this show, and I do believe it was because he wasn't quite as dry. For Sam, who doesn't have the shape of, for example, a Wesley Vissers or a Mike Sommerfeld, he needs to make up for that with bone-dry conditioning. With more size, more conditioning, I think he can do that. And so It was partially a success, this experiment, but also a failure. I do believe he did, in fact, spill over a little bit, especially by the evening finals. And so Sam is going to have to go back to the drawing board, add in at least 6 pounds of muscle for next year, barely make the weight class, carb up, but not try to carb up as much. Remember, he woke up at 226. He's saying by the time he gets up on stage, he wants to be 235. My experience is that's always too much. If you're gaining more than about 4 pounds above what you weigh in at, most likely some of it is going to be water. And so, yeah, you're fuller, you're bigger, you're thicker. But what you need is the crispy conditioning. And if you focus on Sam Sulik's glutes, yeah, we're going to look at his ass. It's not shredded. Sam, he has to work on his glutes. Get in the hip thrust, the RDLs, and dig them.
Or just to create some space between Kaz and his opponent, as one of Kazuya's weaknesses is getting a highly offensive enemy off of him, or taking his turn back when being mauled by offense. Last hit is duckable. Be aware. Additionally, if the first 2 punches of Danzu hit, you have enough attack advantage to throw out flash punches. Abolishing Fist, down forward 2. You need to establish this move as quickly as possible, and establish to the enemy that you will throw this out. Kazuya will get hit. It's okay. Once you get your Kazuya really up and running, and it may take a few months or more, but Kazuya can easily retake the life lead lost from throwing out Abolishing Fist. And it being blocked, you can't block for a time after this. Adversaries will hit you, but with nothing too crazy. The reason why I tell you that is Abolishing Fist is a round starter attack that tells you a lot about your opponent. It also tells them not to try any slow move shenanigans at the start of rounds, that they best play honest. A single mid attack that opens the door to great damage on counter hits, and one of Kazuya's best weapons. At the start of rounds, fast attacks will beat this move out, and only the very fastest mid attacks, but nothing fatal. Anything beyond that your opponent wants to start the round with, they feel the power of the devil. You're fishing for a few things with this move. A counter hit, or people just moving around jockeying for position. As those neon streaks means this move would follow them within the range of the streaks. It is a homing attack, and if you know the gaps in certain attacks, the enemy keeps repeating that attack. Take Jin's double thrust low trick kick. You can cut him off, score that counter hit before the low attack comes out. Tekken 8 is all about aggression, starting your offense or keeping it going. One way to do this is by trapping the opponent. Some of Kazuya's best strikes, somewhat slower than others. It's a great idea to trap your opponent in situations that allow Kazuya to access those heavier buttons, so to speak. Remember this moment from the previous section? Opponent blocks left splits kick. Once more, in this move, they face being forced into a crouching stand. Blocking this particular attack, Kazuya is at a disadvantage animation-wise, and his opponent can move first. However, they have to choose the right option. A test against this is a junk punch, or a longer extension of this move, down 2. Now, I'd say it's best to block here, but it is a good time to talk about how Kazuya, or any other character for that matter, can keep their offense going or steal their turn back, so to speak, with junk punch. We'll be connecting it with this following move. Tsunami kick, down forward 4-4. But we'll primarily be using down forward 4 and not finishing the string. I want you to understand how important this move is. This is Kazuya's fastest standing mid attack in the game. That is safe if the enemy blocks it, and it has good range. You can do a lot with this move, and it's identical weapon while rising 4-4. Standing tsunami kick hits, you're good to go into flash punch. If it's blocked, you can duck a high attack and then dig jab to take your turn back. Now the frame advantage after standing tsunami is such that you may want to duck first, then junk punch to ensure an enemy's high attack doesn't clip you. When the recovery from a move is faster, you can press down and the 1 button at the same time without any inconsistencies. And since we won't be going into frames here, you can just press down, then 1. If you want to be ultra cautious and minimize your chances of being hit by a high attack when implementing this. Now, just to be clear here, you just punch someone in the balls, or whatever they got down there. You have the advantage. Both tsunami kicks look identical, but the While Rising 4 attack is just a smudge faster and creates a larger window to continue attacking on hit. If standing tsunami hits, the advantage is considerably smaller. This is a subtle difference that if you note and the enemy doesn't, you can really tip the scales in your favor. Remember, the first strike of While Rising tsunami kick hits, you can follow up with a lot of attack strings and singular attacks, like Danzu Razamba, the Slaughter series. There are so many ways to keep Kazuya offensive. Rocket hits, While Rising 4 blocked, dig jab. While Rising 4 hits, Slaughter kick blocked, they keep pressing, dig jab. Or flash punch jabs, standing tsunami blocked. And if the enemy throws out another high attack, guess what? You guessed it, dig jab. This take your turn back junk punch action is essential for understanding Tekken, and it can frustrate the hell out of your opponent when implemented this way, leaving them thinking, I did all this blocking, and all I got for my troubles is, well, a punch to the balls. The concept of taking your turn back after a string with junk punch. Some attacks take too long to recover for you to be able to implement this over an opposing strike. Since junk punch or dig jab is a special low attack, it can be parried and hop kicked. And this will happen if you abuse this strat too much. However, Kazuya, I would argue, is a key character that needs to implement this fundamental rule in order to make him stronger and viable at the beginner level. Just the threat of that special mid can make your opponent duck, allowing Kaz to pull out more mid weaponry. All of this working together to hold enemies in place, pin them down with moves. Like this move here. Right splits kick, forward 4. This ties so much together. A slow mid attack, 1 hit, 4 block, does that whole crouch state thing to the enemy we've seen times in this guide. But the attack advantage here, whether it hits your opponent or it's blocked, is Kazuya's. Insert tsunami kick here, Danzu Razamba. 1 hit, you add the Slaughter series, and on block, if the enemy doesn't jump punch or do the fastest While Rising attack, use the Slaughter strings here too. This is the oppressor Kazuya can be. You can start to see what weapons to use and where to use it. Let's look at some lows and other tools to mix it. Statue smash, down back. This strike is a fast attack for being a low. It happens too fast for the human eye to react to. On normal hits, Kaz is free to keep attacking with the tsunami kick and the flash punch strings. On counter hit, the enemy grabs their leg, signaling to you it's time to eat. Choose basically whatever weapon your heart desires in the most. Left splits, right splits. The enemy should definitely be blocking after stature smash or counter hit. And if not, make them pay. Every once in a while, throw out more than one of these at a time. Some Tekken players, okay, a lot of Tekken players are infamous for not protecting their feet. Having an enemy grounded, trapped at a wall combo is another time to throw this out. Again, maybe even more than one. Tombstone Crusher, full crouch, down forward, 3+4. Another at the start of rounds move. This attack is a slow mid. It evades high attacks and drops the enemy to the ground, where Devil Steel Pedal is guaranteed on hit. Here, inescapable. You're not safe to block if this doesn't land. The damage you receive is minimal. In fact, aside from a junk punch or a wild rising full, the majority of the cast can't hit you with anything if they block this. Though they probably will try. Make sure you punish them for any missteps. Side note, Devil Steel Pedal is another move that hits grounded. Having the ops cornered, in grounded, Devil Steel will hit over and over. And if they wake up with a button, it becomes a counter hit launcher. Spinning Demon. Forward, neutral, down, down forward, 4-1. On a 3-finger list of Kazuya's most important moves, Spinning Demon, colloquially known as Hellsweep, is definitely one of them. A low attack that's as fast, even faster, than some mids, that knocks the opponent down and sets up the condition that they may be swept over and over again. This can be a devastating mind game to put an enemy through. Not the easiest input and difficult to master. This move is like the retcon of a 1,000-year-old story. It ties everything together. Though enemies can divvy out great damage if they block this. You have to learn this move, as this is the weapon that gets enemies to duck out of fear, wherein you can get your mid-game going. In the early goings of Raid, here are some examples of where to implement this move. Those stand block. And after they finish an attack string. And those backing endlessly away from you, like the last thing they want to do in a fighting game is fight you. And when cutting strings short, which can be tricky to do as mashers smash as soon as they see daylight to do so. If you find, however, an opponent over-respecting, always waiting for you to fully complete an attack string, surprise, surprise, Hellsweep coming. Speaking of longer attack strings, maybe you want to implement a longer string yourself. Make the enemy hold back longer, or to test their matchup knowledge. Enter to win Fang double kick. 1, 2, 4, 3. Because of Kazu's jab strings, that third hit alone, opponents may not see coming and press. If they do, the rest of the string will hit. And that last kick is a counter hit launcher. Kazuya is safe to block if this attack string doesn't land. And if they block it, you may be able to squeeze in one jab or tsunami if your opponent doesn't take their turn using a fast attack. And that last strike of the string is the layup, making setting up that counter hit. The word diabolical comes to mind. A good amount of Kazuya's low attacks grant Kazuya the ability to move first, to continue to attack his opponent. Slaughter high kick to stature smash into tsunami kick. Anytime, I mean anytime you see your opponent overly respectful, not pressing buttons or just holding back to block. Hellsweep or right splits or stature smash, mix them up. Make them guess. Make them think. Remember, or 4 on hit or block forces your opponent into a crouch, limiting their moveset. Once more, Kazuya gets to move first. Right splits on counter hit. Devil Steel is a guaranteed hit. But you have to move fast in order to get it. And be sure to inch forward just a tad while you input Devil Steel pedal in order to make the move reach. Easier to do for the enemy's troubles is Stature Smash here as well. Now you may wonder, all this good stuff, why Kazuya is so difficult to pilot. A lot of his best attacks are slow relative to the rest of the cast. It requires inputs, like the ones for Hellsweep and Perfect Electric, aren't easy for beginners to master. Now about Kazuya being smothered by offense, but doesn't have the best panic moves. Moves that really help you get out of a bad situation, kind of circumvent the rules of the Matrix, so to speak. He is not, however, helpless. Because some of Kazuya's best stuff are slower attacks, or the range of opposing fighters' attacks. Kazuya can really have an issue getting a mauling opponent off of him. Let's look at some moves that help you do just that. Kumo Kitty, back 1+2. An evading, sway back attack. Another potential round starter weapon, though it doesn't always work out that way. Safe if blocked. Heating it. Any string you recognize, there's a hole in your opponent's attack string. Or if you use backdash at the start of rounds to assess the situation, you can catch the enemy in between pressing while they start pressing. There's a lot of nuance and open space to use this move. Don't be afraid to throw this out and attempt to avoid an attack and surprise your opponent. And if blocked, you can duck and then junk punch if you note ops like to use lots of high attacks when taking their turn. Soul Thrust, 4-2. Power Crushes buffed from their Tekken 7 selves. Link in the D bar for more on that. Soul Thrust is another get-off-me tool. It isn't safe if the opponent outright blocks it, but an enemy rushing in or just being careless with how many buttons they're pressing. You know what I like to say. Make them pay. You can also play a babe in the woods and run at your opponent like a deer in headlights. All really just to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. That is to say, while running into Power Crush can really catch an opponent off guard. Glorious Demon Godfist. Hell of a name. Forward, 1+2. We are not concerned with the speed of this move, but rather its speciality, as this move is a Sabaki. With zero interaction with the enemy, the punch knocks down on hit and is safe on block. But opposition throwing out high or mid punches, this strike has a built-in parry that will nullify their attack and strike them instead. Think about all those mashes, all those punches into punches, highs into mids, keeping you from junk punching. Insert Glorious Demon here. Devil Fist, 4-4-2. Very beginner level friendly, forward advancing, mid attack. That leaves Kazuya safe to block if it's defended. The range is a home run, but it's not a grand slam. You may be deceived by its range and hit nothing. Try to be careful with the spacing of Devil Fist. This is a good move to throw out against shadowboxing opponents fighting the air, and those trying to move in on your space. That brings me to wave dashing. Another thing that makes Kazuya who he is, and is also hard to do, even harder to master. I will place links in the description for that, but in an attempt to avoid information overload, link the video, and to sort of place in your mind what you eventually want to get to, we're going to supplement wave dash or some other options. Devil Fist is a nice weapon after Flash Punch knockdown. Or enemies baited into a wake-up attack by Kaz running up and then backing away. If you note the enemy likes to spring attack, look for a Vanishing Fist. Or if they like to delay their weight. Or Flash Punch to knock them down again. And alternatively, you can swipe out Flash Punch for 1-2-2 instead. Back Fist combo. These strikes leave opponents standing, where Tsunami Kick or Junk Punch will be there to greet them. Another attempt at a setup is Devil Fist blocked into slight backdash Kumo Kiri. Though results may vary, it's a gamble to keep your offense going. A Devil Fist, while in heat, is quite powerful. Look to bait out a reaction from the enemy and land this over and over again while Kazuya's heat is active. Wind God Fist. Forward, neutral, down, down forward, 2. I put this here because I know you've seen this move in its stronger self. I don't expect you, as a beginner, to get this move down. In this vid, will be far too long to go into the particulars of how to input the button perfectly and how to replicate that over and over. Perfect or not, just start implementing it now so you're more comfortable with it later. This move is a high attack, Swiss Army knife of moves. It's a keep out moves for enemies trying to invade your space. It punishes opponents' attacks that whiff. Counter hits enemies' slow buttons. And this weaker version of God Fist can only be hit by the fastest attacks if blocked. Its stronger version on block knocks the enemy away, forces him to try to get back in again, gives some frame advantage, and does shift damage. These two moves, Perfect Electric and Hellspeed, 2 moves that on that 3-finger list make Kazuya what he is. Not the easiest moves to do, and even more difficult to master. Going into heat, every electric becomes perfect, but I would caution you to learn this as much as possible without the training wheels. You would be doing a disservice to yourself in the long run to pop heat, only to electric imperfectly all the time. Links in the D-bar or some guides on how to perfect electric. Your move to master today is Hellspeed. The ultimate power of this move comes from its looping, hitting the opponent, forcing them to guess for life. And your opponent has to guess when you'll do this. They have to make a read that the attack is about to happen. So for you, this move is about timing and spacing. Especially since Hellspeed doesn't have any high evasion. Kazuya doesn't jump down to avoid jabs when he starts spinning, but it is vital that you get this move going. It teaches you how much of Tekken is about timing and feel. So realign with the enemy as you get your Hellspeed mixes going. And 1 2 conditioning the enemy to duck. It opens up the door to allow Kazuya to be more oppressive. I got 2 cheap-ass moves of the day for you. First one, roundhouse, triple spin kick, up forward, quadruple 4. A cheeky move for sure. Deceptive range. Goes over low attacks. In the beginner and intermediate stages of play are pretty much the only places you'll get to use this. After that, people will start blocking and launching for that second hit. The cheapness and saving grace of this move, however, is that you get it on counter hit. The whole heaping helping of damage is guaranteed. So if you space this out at the end of rounds against an opponent pressing buttons, you can end the battle there and then. Cheap move number 2, sliding low kick, down back three. Evasion moves have a built-in cheapness to them. Those that reach out while evading your enemy are even cheaper, vulnerable to mid-attacks, and minimal damage divvied out in blood. Sliding low kick evades highs. Yet another way to start rounds with Kaz and collect some reconnaissance on the enemy. See if they, in fact, start the round with a mid or a high or an armor move perhaps. Kazuya Kazuya goes into crouch after this move, is at a slight disadvantage on hits, where a junk punch or tombstone against the high attack can help you keep the offense going. Though blocking can be equally as telling, as some players overreact to getting nipped by anything. And on counter hit, look at the hand touch the ground, the marker of a forced crouch stake. Kaz gets to move first.